We'll be right back. All right, it's time to continue on. So we got our supercomputers here. After I don't know how long it took to actually make those, but all right. So now let's go ahead and re-add our stuff. So we got 28 more of these to add. And then 70 more of these to add. All right, we're gonna need, excuse me, these power poles here. We'll use these to connect everything. So we'll do like, I don't know, 30 of those. Those will be for the base plant. And then, oops. Add about 30 of those just because, and then obviously getting power line, so 200 of that. I'm gonna get a couple power switches because I may do some switches over in the refinery just to give us some stuff. Belts, we're gonna need, we'll go for 1,000 in belts. Yeah, go ahead and add some, probably 100 of those, just to get 100 of those in there. And go ahead and add, I don't know, 500 of these. Just get those. Not going to need any pumps or valves. Those are part of the whatchamacallit, so we'll just throw 100 in there just so it gets some of that. Gonna need some splitters and mergers. So they both, no, they actually use different things. So go ahead and give me 40 of those and 40 of those, just because I'm not going to need smart splitters, as we will not be sinking any fuel rods. We already have the storage set up for the fuel rods, so we're good on that. Foundation, gonna need a good chunk of this probably, so 1,000 on that. All right, I think that's all we're gonna need for the moment. So that's a lot of shopping to do. Don't know if we'll be able to carry it all. Let's find out. So concrete we'll get last. All right, so that's a lot of stuff. What I may end up doing is just grabbing a whole bunch of stuff from the list, taking it over, dropping it off, grabbing some more stuff, doing that type of deal. Yeah, I have a feeling that's what we're going to be doing. Just because, granted, I am over, I am getting way too much material here for what we need. In some aspects. Let's see. Let's see. Iron, iron plate, iron plates and concrete. We'll do a separate trip for. Steel beams, air limiters. Plastic. And then, oh, yeah, normal wire. Alright, so AI limiters. We'll take all of this and drop it off. And then we'll do a return trip for the iron plates, those sheets, the concrete. Let me just see here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and the reinforced. All right. And we'll just see how it goes. All right. Here's a training station. Oh, come on, come on, give me juice. If we're lucky, we can catch this train. And away we go. All right, so we'll go ahead and drop off all the stuff at the base there, and then catch the next train back. Because I don't think we're going to catch that train going back. And what we'll do is we'll stack everything up in an individual pile, so this way I can easily see what they are. All right, so go ahead and drop these off in this pile. And then drop these off in this pile. Actually, I wonder if I can do it this way. Nope. You know, if you would stop drifting, I would really appreciate it. Jesus Christ. You know, go down to the ground so you don't drift. Sorry, that was annoying. Just have to stack stuff on top of one another. The hell? Okay, I don't know how I did that quick change to that. All right, so there's the bulk of the material. Now go get the rest. It was plates, the sheets for the conveyor system, and concrete. And I just missed a train. Son of a bitch. Well, I could catch that train and go halfway if I wanted to, but nah. We'll fly, I guess. Play chicken with a train. Let's not. Last thing I need is, I don't know, some game glitch to say, no, you can't go through a train or something, and next thing I know, I'm a bug on a windshield. Now what I could do, I'm not going to, but I could build a locomotive and just drive on the track and then dismantle the locomotive so the trains will flow normally again. All right, almost there. Now, once we have nuclear power up and running, we can turn our oil refinery into a dedicated plastic and rubber producing location, which could be beneficial. All right, first stop, this thing. And how many of these do we need? 38. Am I gonna need this much? I don't think so. Alright, now let's go get some reinforced iron plates and normal iron plates. And concrete. However, I want to do one quick little side trip here, and I don't remember if I had a hard drive processing or not that was waiting to give me a recipe. Hey puppies! So we'll just come over here real quick and just take a look-see. I did. So the steel rods, the cat circuit board, or diluted fuel. Because that's what I want to put in my vehicle, or you know, jetpack, is diluted fuel, which is basically 2 water and 1 what we call it, oil, it's called heavy oil residue. I don't know if I'd want to do this for iron rods. To me, I think the normal iron rod recipe is fine. I don't know if I'd do that, so I could see potentially maybe doing this. We'll come back to that one later, I think. Because until we actually get another hard drive, there's no immediate rush in it. Alright, so reinforced iron plates 700. Alright, and then normal iron plates, we got a stockpile that we've been tapping into over here, and we need 2,600 of these. All right, and then shit ton of concrete, which is up here. Oh, I thought I clicked it enough times. All right, so we need one more stack of those. All right, one more stack of goodies and then we're good to go. Now, let me just do a quick look-see over here. All right, so we are at our limit here, so we're pretty much sinking. We're pretty much just sinking now our. Okay, so we could bump up the production on this. Actually, never mind. We could bump up the production of this if we wanted to overclock this a little bit, because apparently we got enough stuff for stators and all that. And we will need to do that in the long run. All right, so let's see, is there a train waiting to go? No. So we'll catch that train here in a second. Let me just see here. All right, so we haven't hit the point of full saturation yet. No, wait, you're this train. We haven't hit the point of full saturation yet with regards to the iron or the control rods. All right, let me see something here while this is loading or doing that stuff. Enable that. Gotta tweak something here with the video. Alrighty. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to lay out the foundation for the power plant. So we'll do both rows. I have a feeling, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on the radioactive bloom effect, on how far it will go out from the power plant itself. So that power plant is, or we're gonna have a row of power plants coming way the hell out here. So it is possible that one may be affected by radiation on the train. We will soon find out. If so, then well, we won't be riding the train all that much. We do need to get our new fresh hypertube ran. So, all right. So, first thing we're going to do is drop off some more material. Let's see here. These things are turned on. That means they sucked up a whole bunch of items. So we are at 100% saturation belt wise for that, which is good. How are we doing on power? I'm not 100% sure how accurate this power is, because I don't know if those things are idle. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if these are idle. I'm not sure if they're technically using power. So like this here, 13.2 megawatts. Just for curiosity. All right, so let's look at power real quick. We're 97. All right, let's see if we get a spike in power usage here. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it a spike, but there's usage. Now, those two, by the time we get done with what we're doing, those pipes will be full again, so I'm not worried about that. All right, so let's go ahead and over here, let's drop off these sheets here. We'll hold on to the concrete and the normal iron plates, because those are used for our foundations. All right, cool. It's a nice little stack. And then go ahead and drop off the reinforced iron plates, because don't need those at the moment. All right, so this is mainly my foundation material. Although the ratio seems off. So I'm kind of curious here. That's okay. So that uses some, but that's, and then some power poles use some also, and all right. So now let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly 5. Well, so all right. So let's see here. Let me pull up the wiki real quick. I can kind of maybe sort of calculate how much we're gonna have to lay down. All right, so the width is 38. Okay, so 38 meters, which is 4.75, but that also includes like a fraction here. So you know, you figure if this thing here can be divided into let's see, 8 sections, I think. So if you actually look at the boundary on the power plant, no, actually that boundary is right on the line. So that seems odd, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4.5. That's what that looks like to me. I don't know where it's getting 4.75 from, but that's clearly on the halfway point, because unless there's like an overlip, because from front to back it says 43, so we're right off the seam here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, because if you push it back off the seam, so it's 4.5 by 5.5. So that's, I'm not sure on unless you're counting something like that overhang there, but 4.5 by 5.5. Let me make a note of that. So 4.5 wide, 5.5 in length. All right, so if this is 4.5 wide, and let's say we include this one here, so 4.5 times 15 is 67.5 squares that we got to place. All right, so let's go to foundation mode, go to zoom mode. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try this again. Starting on this one here. 1, okay, get off foundation mode for a minute. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Good time for autosave. So 14, that's 24. Don't know how those got there. This is 24. $34. 44. $54. I don't know. This seems like an awful lot of space for this. 54. 64. $65, $66, $67, $68. We'll take it out to 70. So 65, $66, $67, $68, $70. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just the perspective I'm looking at it, but it just seems like a lot more. And then we started on this one here. This is a belt run area. So go back, so 5.5, so 5 more here because I'm on the half. So in theory, I mean, we'll see. Because we're gonna literally line all these up, one on each other. Oh yeah, don't forget this side here too. And then we're gonna have to run power down this way just so I could potentially float when I'm doing this. All right, now let's seal it off. Because that back foundation there will be on bye-bye. All right. Because when it comes time for us to run power, or to tie everything in, we'll just tie everything in. Where's the tie-in? There's the tie-in point there. So what we'll be doing is going to the corner, probably, and just running it on the seam here, most likely. All right, so let's go on this side here, because I should be able to put it down. Oh, no, we're not going to be able to put it down. You know why? Because I haven't picked up any of my material. Oops. I haven't picked up any of my materials yet. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and let's run the foundation for the other side as well. Might as well, since we're in a foundation running mode right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so let me start this again here. So on this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right. 27. Yeah, let's just run it since everything's, in increments of 10 here. Might as well just go ahead and get this run. All right, so that's 27. That's 37. All right. $47. $57. Now, here's something I'm not 100% sure on. I didn't drop off any concrete. You know what it must be is, I don't know. Yeah, that's 57. This is 67 here. And I took the other side up to 70, so we'll take this up to 70. So 3 more. And in theory, this side should tie to the other side. Now the bell run is going to be the interesting part for this. This is off. So I don't know which one's right. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. So that side's off by 1, but it should be okay. All right, so since we're on this side, let's go ahead and drop off the majority of the concrete. Oops. We'll keep like, well, actually, we're gonna need to keep a lot of stacks. So for the, it's 250 a pop times 28. So I need at least 7,000 So 1, 2, 3. Okay, drop here. I need 7,000 on concrete, just for the power plants. That's 1, 2. Actually, why don't I just look there? 35, 4, 45, 5, 5, 6, 65, 7, and then I'm gonna take that small bag there, just to in case I need to build some more foundation over there. All right. So, what else is used for nuclear power plants? Modular frames. So let's see here. 25 times 28, 700. And okay, so grab all the modular frames, grab all the supercomputers, and grab 2,800 in cable. So grab all these, grab 2,800 in these. And then grab all of these in my leaning tower of modular frames. All right, and then let's see what else is used. Oh, those alkyd sheets. So grab 2,800 of those. Those are these over here. Out of space. Out of space. Where's that one? Here, go ahead and drop that off. Actually, here, let's go drop that off over here. All right. So that should be everything we need for this. For just the power plants. All right, let's go lay down some power plants. So, I'm gonna do a total of, that's 3, because one's already hooked up, that's 2, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and also I didn't drop any iron plates, that's why. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Because based on my calculations, hey, how's it going? Based on my calculations, this would have been 67 and a half. No, that's actually more than that, but let's go ahead and we can go ahead and wipe that foundation set out, and go ahead and wipe that foundation set out. All right, so, and now let's go to the other side, build a whole bunch more. A new group of besties again, huh? Alright. You almost ditched out on. How so? How did you almost ditch out on him? Alright, so now running the other side of this and drop off some more nuclear power plants. And I still gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the power and all that. Yeah, I've never done the whole TikTok thing. Just, yeah, I'll stick with Twitch as far as my extent of social media. Ouch. In fact, I don't even think I've ever been to TikTok and even seen a video there, to be quite honest. All right, so 4 more to go. Three, 2, and last but not least. All right, so go ahead and pull this foundation out here. And let's not be standing on it when we do that. Alright, so Jesus. Now, if I can actually get all these up and running, I'm gonna have plenty of power. And let's just take a quick peek back here. I guess I can't go around that way, but if there is any extra foundation back there. Hey, you know, if you're good with it, then hey, nothing wrong with it, right? All right, so now we want to take the. I'm actually gonna have to lay down another set of foundation on this. Well, not all the way down, just where the pipe is, just so I can get it to bend like that, but gotta get the water down first. All right, let's just take a look back behind this just to see how this looks. So we'll go. Well, I'll be able to run down this corridor here, so. And let me see what it looks like on this side. Alright, so yeah, I'll be able to run up and down this, although is there power over there? There's power over there. And then you got your walkway here so you could watch the fuel rods be changed out. All right, now time for water extractors. All right, so let's go get some more concrete. And let's go ahead and put out our foundations in between where the all right, so the foundation down on this side here. And then actually, no, we'll add those last foundation bits after. Now this guy here is on this line here. Although, let me think here. In order to get the straight line like I want, in order to keep things somewhat consolidated, because this one here is okay. That one there, I'm gonna need. I want to place the water extractors first. I should be able to pick everything up for the water extractors though. I don't know. Let's find out. Water extractors use so copper. Yeah, let me see what these add up to here. So that's going to be 1,400 copper, and then 700 for the plates and 700 rotors. Okay, I should be able to. Yeah, I can carry all that. So I think that's all the rotors, and then 1,400 of these. And then I think it said the reinforced iron plates. All right, that's all that. Yeah, I never actually ever got into that game. I know that I've seen on some YouTube videos there people having fun on, I guess, dedicated servers or whatnot. But I never personally messed around with it. I wonder if these can snap front to back. Let's find out. And why are all my damn hot bars missing? Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 0. All right. I mean, it's an interesting concept, you know, and it's cool how you can have like your own server, where you can, you know, people can join you and all that, I guess, and or there's like people out there have community servers and all that. So it's a cool way to, I guess, you know, get people to come together. Let me see, how's this look? I think, no, I gotta give it a little bit more room because I gotta give, I need to be able to junction into it, so push it there. That should be good. Yeah, that should be good without interfering with that. Oh yeah, that's shit, yeah. And I mean, in the whole 8-bit graphics thing, that's, you know, kind of interesting as well. Alright, so there's that one. Now, let's go over here. For this one here, we're going to put our foundation down this initially. Actually, you know what? No. Yeah, put it on this one for now. Because these things are getting destroyed. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, and plus, you know, I guess it's what it's available on multiple platforms, if I recall correctly. So that's obviously another appeal to it. Let's see. Let's go there. Because we're gonna come off of this. Actually, that's too far out. Let's go right about there. No, push it back just a little further. Let's see if I can look at this, see how we lined it up. I don't know, there's actually, I mean, there's quite a few games I've really enjoyed. So it's tough for me to narrow it down to just one, really. You know, I like games like this that, you know, make me think, that are intellectually challenging, if you will. But then on the flip side, you know, you got the first person, some first person and third person games out there that I like. There's just a large variety, if you will. Let's see, so that's that. So almost just shy of a full. I've never played that one either. I've seen it, but I've never played it personally. So if that's the case, you are centerlined on that. So then this guy here. This guy here would be okay. So then you're centerlined on this guy here. So we want to have the ladder right around here. So roughly in that area. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's go get these initial ones laid down. So you are on that one there. So roughly in that area. And this guy here is on this one. So, oops, going over to roughly around here. Right? Yeah, that should work. And then here, so here, and then I'm seeing a pattern on this, so that's good at least. So go roughly about there. So on that one, and then autosave. Then this one here, and then this one, and this one, and that one, and roughly there. All right, a couple more baseline ones, and then let's see. You're on that one there, so this one's gonna go roughly on that. Yeah, I haven't played Breakpoint in a while. I was looking at. I saw that they came up with some new season pass updates for what do you call it? The Division. But I haven't been in that. I haven't played around with that lately either. All right, so. Right. Hold on. Up there. Oh, that'll work. Alright, so let's go ahead and just get these laid out. Actually, let me take a walk over here. Just to take a look at some stuff here. So well, I haven't actually seen any of the season 9 update gameplay. I've just I got an email from Ubisoft saying it was out. All right, so. I guess we'll go ahead and put all these foundations down for the moment. Oh yeah, I've completed Division 1 too, as well. That was a fun game as well. It was, I like how they, I kind of like how they tied Division 1 to Division 2. That was a nice, cool little, thing they did on that. All right, so I think we're good here. Yeah, see, now that's the only part of division, either division. I'm just not much of a PvP player when I play games like that. So I've never even bothered with any of the Dark Zone stuff. Just never really had a desire to do so. Because to me, there's plenty of content available in the normal area. And as far as the gear is concerned, I'm happy with the gear I've obtained from the base game stuff. The only thing I was kind of semi-disappointed with is so they had the Warlords of New York expansion for Division 2, and if you were playing the base Division game or the Division 2 game, there's a certain point, I don't know if it's a certain level or whatnot, or maybe just at the start. I don't recall what the requirement is for you to go to the Warlords thing, but when you go to the Warlords thing, it changes how your item score is, and I wasn't too happy with that aspect of it, But beyond that, I thought Warlords was kind of cool. I will say this though, you know, for the base division game, I was disappointed with the final. Well, I mean, to a certain, I'm kind of disappointed in the final fight. I was kind of expecting more from it, because to me it seemed like the what do you call them? The the final faction fights seemed a little bit more difficult than the final fight. But then again, you know, I guess it all depends on what your play style is. You know, what type of weapons and special gadget things that you prefer to use. Well, the cool thing about the Division, just like in Ghost Recon, is, well, no, I can't say that, because the enemies, I know I want to say in Ghost Recon, and like Breakpoint, and maybe even Wildlands. I don't know. It's been a long time since I played Wildlands. If you were doing co-op, because I know in Ghost Recon it's in Breakpoint it's that way. But I don't know about Wildlands. But if you're level, let's say 40, and you're playing with your buddy that's level 20, the enemies will scale independently to each player. So it's interesting how they got that worked out and how that actually works. I believe in Division, I think whoever the highest player is, whoever's playing, if you've got friends playing with you, whoever's the highest, everyone scales up to the highest player. Yeah, because when I was playing with Sod, and this was a long time ago, he came into my game, or I joined him in his game, one or the other. I don't fully remember. And I was a higher level than him, if I recall correctly. And so for him, he saw, like, I don't know, let's say he saw level 20 enemies. Those same enemies to me were like level 30 or 40 or something like that. So it's kind of, I like how they, I don't know how they did that, but it's kind of cool on how they did that. All right, so now, Alright, so what we do now, actually let's go to the very back. Let's work our way, let's work our way from this side back. Alright, so we have a pipe connector on center line with that, okay, and on that. Yeah, the wolves, well, now, when you're first starting out, wolves, they are a pain in the ass. But then when you get to a certain point, they're not that bad. Now, the drones, they can be a pain in the ass. Because I never set myself up for the drone. I think there's a specialty or something like that allows you to, conceal yourself from drones from time to time. But I never actually set myself up for that specialty. Because I know they added some extra specialties or whatnot in Breakpoint. Along with that, you could bring in what do you call it, the computer AI. But what I would do on some of those wolf areas is because I'm personally a fan of you know, I would, if I could, get in a point and basically just snipe them out. But you know, I have to be careful with that because of you know, the ones that like launch mortars and RPGs. You know, that's why I kind of wish they had the same little gadget that you have from Division 1. Because I was in Division 1, Division 2. I was a fan of the seeker mines and the combat drones. Now I know that I want to say they got. I mean, they may have combat drones in Breakpoint. I don't know. It's been a long time since I messed around with that. I mean, that's what one thing I would do in like Division 2 is if I was going up against a whole bunch of tough pain in the asses, get in a place where I could have reliable cover that they couldn't get to me, and I would just keep on throwing seekers out at them, and eventually it would whittle them down to the point where I'd, you know, would feel comfortable coming out against them. Or just get yourself a helicopter, a good helicopter with good weapons. And when I mean good weapons, I mean like the weapons that can lock on to targets. Makes things, because you got the regular machine guns. Machine guns are a pain in the ass sometimes to hit with. And then you got the free fire rockets, which they're okay, but I don't remember what chopper it is, but there's one out there that actually will lock on to a target, and it makes taking out, you know, obviously any sort of mobile vehicles easy. Drones sometimes, depending on the drones, but it can also take out, it can also lock on to people. Alright, so now all the support poles are down. Alright, so now what we do is we add a foundation. Let's go ahead and put down a foundation on each of these. Pretty much we're just gonna repeat the same step over and over again to mimic what we got on the other side. The one thing I liked in can't remember if it was Breakpoint or Wildlands. I think it was Wildlands. They had the Predator event, and then in Breakpoint, I know Sod and I messed around with it. They had the Terminator event, which was kind of interesting. I don't know if they've had any special events, any other special events since then or not. Alright. Then after this, we will grab our the rest of the copper, and we'll build our pipes and junctions. Alrighty, one more. Alright, so now let's go get, let's see, for pipes, copper, and plastic, okay? And then the junctions are just copper. Alright, so we're gonna grab the rest of the copper. Ooh, I may not have enough copper for this. We'll find out. We may have to go back and get some more copper. I mean, shouldn't take that much copper. But we'll see. Alright, so that's what we're doing. Oops, that's not copper. Let's go ahead to that one there. And then change that to number 3. Alright, so this actually, let me see here. The thing I came out to no, I believe come off the midpoint. And then up as tall as it will go. And then that looks straight. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to get some more because that ate up yeah, let's just stop right there. Let's go back and get some more copper because this ain't gonna be enough. Oh wait, no, there's copper sheets right there. What am I talking about? I don't know if this is gonna be enough either. And maybe. Let's see. Although I'm missing some copper. That didn't use copper. So midpoint. And let me just make sure these are all straight. Come on, get right there. Yeah, I will be so surprised if this shit actually works once I get everything plugged in and hooked up and all that shit. And actually, my biggest concern, let me look at something on this. That doesn't tell me. Water structures is it 10 or 20 head lift? I mean, technically, unless their head lift is counting from down below. Let me see what the head lift on this is, or what the lift of this is. Oh, I don't have the steel to do that. Well, worst comes to worst, we put a pair of what you call it on either end, so because that's a 1 meter. That's 1 meter there. Let's just take a quick look here at something. That's one. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6. So that's technically 10 meters there. That should be enough. The pumps there should be able to lift it up to that point. Then again, you know, it wouldn't hurt. We could throw a pump out there for that. All right, and then we'll go do this far side here next. And then we'll do our interior pipe runs. All right, now this here is, I think that's the one I want to line up on. Okay. Come on. There you go. All right. Yeah, the fun part's gonna be the belt splits. I still haven't thought of how I want to do this. Nuclear waste, that's gonna be easy. I think what we're going to do for nuclear waste is, well, easy is a subjective term. Well, let me see here. Just out of curiosity. Let me just take a quick look here. I can't build it, but I'm just looking to see. No, that could work. Because technically, it's, when that's flipped around the other side, it wouldn't be clipping. So, yeah. So yeah, because we'll run nuclear waste at that level. We'll run nuclear waste at level 3, just to make it easy. Since that's just gonna be an inline set of mergers. This will make it easy, somewhat easier, to split out the fuel rods. All right, one more to go, and then. All right, so now bring the bring this in right off halfway. So just make sure you're on the right line. And then you halfway on the same one. So right there. I think that's on the line that I want. And then you two come together. All right, let me look at the line that we're doing here. Just off the grid, or grate. Just off the grate on center line. Okay, so right, that's center line there. And then on the seam, so that's easy enough. Connect you two together. And then I think what we're gonna do before we do the junctions is actually run power, just so it's easier for me to see for the junction portion. All right, so so this side's always going to be on the seam. So one off the grate on the seam, and then this one here is always going to be center line on that guy there. Question is, am I going to have enough copper? I don't think I'm going to have enough copper to do all this. Yeah, we're not going to have enough copper. We have to go back and get some more. So let's go ahead and do this one here. But that's wrong. Wrong seam. That's good. Let's go until we run out of copper. Man, worst comes to worst, I got enough. We got enough materials to put down support poles, so I could always just put down support poles where they need to be when I run after I run out. What the hell was that? That was weird. Never seen it do anything like that before. Because the support poles only require, I believe, concrete and that. So yeah. So after we actually run out of material here, we'll go get some more. We'll just run down and put down support poles the rest of the way, just to get them marked off. So midway on that. And then on that seam there. And on the seam. And then midpoint. Actually, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to do. Which I don't know. It's gonna be close. That's in the wrong spot for starters. This side's seam, midpoint there. This one's seam. Man, another auto. I tell you, time in this game just flies. Every time I look up, it's auto saving. Unless it's using a different timer than I'm aware of. That's a fast 30 minutes. Well, I'll be damned. We just... Well, we are going to need more copper, though, because... Well... Because it's using roughly 50 or 25, it seems, or 50 per area. No, I'm gonna be short. I'm gonna be like 6 short. Maybe 8 short. Yeah, I'll be able to do this one here. And then, yeah, I'm gonna be 6 short of what I need. Well, I can do the 2 outers, I just can't connect the center. But that, I was gonna need to go back anyhow to get some more, more copper for the junctions. Yeah, so I need 8 short. That's okay. Let's go back and get some more copper. Well, actually, since we're down, I don't have it on me. Never mind. I was gonna say, since I'm way back here, let's go ahead and put down some power poles. But I don't have what I need to put down the power poles. But what we can do, go ahead and pick up this stuff here. That's not gonna give me the copper back, but this was just out here as a temporary thing for so I could elevate that support pole up to the proper level. Now this is gonna be a fun thing to turn on. With respects to all the water extractors, is like, do I want to get them all online and running at once, or do I want to like slowly start them up and do them in batches? All right, let's go ahead and just let's clean up the other side as well. Oh, and you know what? Because this one here was off. I'm almost tempted to rerun. Yeah, we're gonna rerun this one. And the reason we're gonna rerun this is I'm gonna push these back. I'm gonna push these back just a smidgen to be more in line with how I did the other ones here. So and what I mean by that is I'm gonna have them. Oh God, no! I'm not trying to snap there. Why are you trying to snap to that? What the hell are you snapping to? Seriously, game. You're gonna annoy me. Why? I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way because you're snapping where I don't want you to snap. Okay, if I put down the foundation, Will you, whoops. Here. If I put down a foundation there, will you, not snap forward like you just did? No, you're still gonna snap forward. Now I'm trying to line this up with the, this is where the pain in the ass part comes in. Alright, so there. Alright, so technically you're not clipping. Alright, so let me see what this looks like. Okay, that's actually where we want. I hope. All right, now the big question is, okay, good. You will connect. Okay, I'm gonna put these back on. Except you guys are actually off-centered. Damn you! What the hell are you snapping to? Get that out of the way, just so that's out of the way. No, we're not putting a miner here. What the hell are you doing? Water, please. All right. All right, that's better. All right, cool. All right, so now let's go ahead and just run this and clear these support poles real quick. Because we'll leave the foundations going between them in place, because this will give me something to put power on. All right, let me take a look at something here. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and catch a train back to base. Get some more copper. Not gonna need 700, but a couple hundred. Maybe. Well, actually, here's what we do. Let's go to the first one. Let's see how much one pipe is. That would go to a junction, because the junctions also need copper too. So junctions are 5. All right, so that's easy to calculate out. All right, so let me pull this pipe here real quick. Okay, actually I don't need to pull it. That's gonna be 2. And then the junction 5, so that's a total of 7. All right. And then another 10, I believe, for the center section there. All right, so first that's done. There's 14 more pairs to go. So 14 times 5. No, 14 times, yeah, 5 times 7. 490. Plus another 20. So in theoretically 510 more copper should do it. All right, so let's go ahead and get some more copper. Oh, excuse me. Grab some more plastic also, because I used more plastic than I realized. Jesus, that's hilarious. All right, any trains in the station? Don't see you. See one coming back now. I guess we'll catch that one on the way out. Wow. Got a bird's eye view here, real quick. Oh my goodness. That thing. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how far out the radiation from that emanates. I mean, that thing's gonna be one radioactive hot zone, that's for sure. I mean, that's why I'm gonna have the nuclear waste stored all the way up there, and the uranium and rods are gonna be stored initially in the far back, but this area up here is gonna be a hot zone as well, just because this is where it's gonna be processing everything. So those are the steel pipes. All right, let's get your taxi. Taxi! Holy shit. That's gonna be hilarious once I actually get that online and active. Although I'll say I am happy with the layout. Riding the train may be deadly, so like I said, I'm gonna have to come up with another, you know, I have to look at possibly redoing the hypertubes. Well, I need to redo the hypertubes anyhow, but it's gonna be funny. If it wasn't for the fact that those things needed water, what I would do is I could have put them way up in the sky on the top of the corkscrew. But piping all that water up there, not really what I wanted to do. Plus the power draw on the pumps themselves would have been pretty high. All right, let's go get some copper, which I know we have over here, just sitting in abundance. So just go ahead and grab, I don't know. We'll just grab what it says it needs. Well, let me look here. That's taking into account that. We'll grab some extra plastic just to be on the safe side. Because we got an abundance of plastic too, so. The rest of this stuff is over there. Let's grab some extra wire. Cable I got laid over there. You know, grab some extra cable too. Just cause, I mean, I initially planned out for how many power poles? 30? That, yeah. Let's see, the Mark II power poles use quick wire and iron rods. I have the quick wire and iron rods already over there, but let's grab some more quick wire and iron rods just to have some extra. And cable. And normal wire. I don't think I have. I think this is just doing flat out manufacturing, right? Here, let me do this. I'll take a stack of wire from you, and I'll take a stack of wire from you. How about that? And then iron rods are down on the lower level. In that bin right there. I'll just grab a couple extra stacks. Just, like I said, give myself some breathing room, as it were. Alright, train's coming in, so I can catch that on the way back. Actually, that's the water train. Alright, so we'll just wait for this guy to unload. And just take a quick gander here to see what it's looking like on this thing. Yeah, that iron ore. I should really, actually what I should do, I should put a sink up here to eat it. Alrighty. And then I also gotta get the drone bays plugged in and get the drones built. I'm gonna be pushing. I'm gonna have to look at possibly turning some stuff off so that I can turn this on initially. So let's see. That's why I got. That's why I have power switches listed. Because I think I can turn off some processing over there. I'm not going to go to the other oil refinery just to turn some stuff off. But I got a set over here that I could turn off. Because pretty much I need all of this. I mean, it's all backlogged right now, but once we get the uranium going through here, it'll actually start being active. And I think that plus this is going to put 1200 strain on the power grid alone. And then my line of water extractors, that's going to put 1500 on the power grid. Speaking of power grid, let me go ahead and grab I'm going to grab these and grab this. Let's just go ahead and grab all that. And go ahead and grab these as well. Oh, you know what? I'm probably going to need to go back and get more of those. Alright, so yeah, so each one of these draws 20 megawatts, so 100 per line times 15, so that's going to be 1500 there. We're going to put power near the actually we're going to do how do I want to do power on this? Actually, you know what? Let's do power. Ooh, crash land. Let's do power here. And basically, yeah. Okay, yeah, I got an idea how I want to do power. So I guess my power grid's okay for the time being. So we're gonna kind of. Then do I want it in front or behind? That's the question. Well, if we do it, we can alternate on power. All right, so let's do this. So with respects to power, you know what, we'll run power on the ladder. So the right ladder for each respective one, that's where we'll run it. But we're gonna alternate every other water extractor. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start. That's just a floating pole. So let's go ahead and give us our real line, starting right here. And so actually, the first line will be on the grate. Okay. So second line will be right. Hopefully I got enough power here. All right, now give me a foundation here, because this is all going to be filled in. All right. So second one is going to be online right there. Third one is going to be on the grate right there. Fourth one is going to be on roughly right there. And then last one will be on the grate right. Oh, no. On the grate right there. Okay. So this will be the live power connection. All right. And then obviously we're gonna have power behind the plants on both sides. So that one there. Because I think you can only have one. Alright, so we'll keep, in fact, we'll add the foundation back. Do I have enough for, yeah, I got plenty on this. Alright, so we'll do this power on the corner lineup. Actually, if we're gonna do, well, for the most part, it's gonna be corner lineup. Right. So then that's gonna essentially go down the line, and then this will tie into this, and that one will tie into that, and so on and so forth. Because I don't think this uses any megawatts just plugging it in. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and we're gonna put a row underneath here. This one here, we're gonna come to here, and then from here, that it's gonna go in the middle, and then connect like so. All right, now for the time being, I'm gonna tie you into real power. Are you live? You are live. Okay, let's go ahead and tie you into that. I mean, that's it's not drawing any extra power, but while I'm taking these down, I can at least tie into power, and I can float for most of this. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a few moments. All right, and actually, before I go and start hooking all this shit up, we're gonna go over to the main refinery and go ahead and install that power switch and turn off. We're gonna turn off our our aluminum ingot processing, because I've got a super warehouse full of aluminum, so I've got enough aluminum to last a while in storage, so I don't need it processing anything over here. And we'll also install our switch on the second aluminum ingot processing area that hasn't gone live yet. So that means I'm gonna have to do some tweaking on some power over here, but that's okay. Because this stuff here is offline right now. Because all I've got are floater poles. And my live connection is going to be between that and that. Or between those two. I haven't decided yet. Actually, you know what? I can go ahead and get rid of that wall there. And I can go ahead and get rid of these here. Oh. All right. So we'll actually do. Let's see. I'll do the switch. I'll do the switch here, in front of this glass plate. So power switch. Okay, so we'll put that. I think it's encroaching someone's clearance. Oh, the backside? How's it? Really? How's that encroaching? I don't get that. Oh, it's really? It's encroaching on that down there? No. Yeah. Alright, so we'll put the power, we'll put it right here then. You know what, and just because of that, you wanna, no, you put it right there. Alright. Now make sure you're off. Okay, so you're off. Right, power switch is off, okay. So I'm gonna tie you in that side, tie you into that side, and because what we can see by doing that is how much power this would draw. All right, now Okay, so now let's look at our power here for these things. All right, so I'm thinking do a power switch here. Okay. And for the moment, I can do this. And I'll have you turned on for the moment. And now I can go ahead and get rid of this guy here. All right. Now I need to just validate. So this here. You know what? Are you a double or are you single? You're a double. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do something here. So this is gonna be a pain in the ass because right here. Let's actually we'll just do this. I don't need the double wall here because there's nothing shooting us from over here. That was the only reason why I had the double wall to begin with, because nothing's going to be down there shooting us. So okay, all right, so this guy here feeds around. Goes around this way. It's feeding that sink. Comes around, feeds all that. We're gonna have you go directly to you, as opposed to that way. All right. Well, that's then these are floating poles. So I think floating poles I can leave alone. That's not floating though. But this, you know, you can go ahead and close that for now. I don't need to accidentally fall down there. But the live poles are all tied into their respective locations, and then I got the floating poles here, which actually I don't think I need. I think I can get rid of the floating poles on this side, just because everything has been run. I think the only thing we just got to do a foundation cleanup, but let's go ahead and pull the floating poles aren't connected to any equipment because everything's red, so right, everything's red. Make sure. Because that ties to that, which goes to that, yeah. So everything here is red, so I can leave the floating poles here for now. Alright, so then over here, of course, when I kill this power, I'm going to lose the floating poles over there anyhow. So this ties to that, and you tie to that, and you tie across to that, and that goes to that, and then that ties to that. Alright, then you go to the sink. I'm actually going to have the sink tie into something else. So I'll have the sink tie into I'm gonna have the sink tie into you. And then let me see here. You're spreading out that way, and then that there's the tie connector, and then here. And actually, why are you going to that? Go to that one. Just because we'll have this tie connector come across. And then power there, power there. All right. So then this sink here, we're gonna put a power pole. I'll put a power pole right here and tie you to that one. All right, so that feeds that sink. That sink's going there. All right, so if I break this connection here, everything stays online. This gives me power over here and back up through the various mining that's back that way and that way. And so this here, in theory, should be isolated. All right, so now if I go ahead and flip this switch here, see what happens. All right, cool. That turned off. That should have turned off everything here. And the fact that I can't float counts for that. All right, so that kills this production line over here for now, which didn't really save me all that much. Can't really kill these. Well, if I, because this is plastic and rubber, so the thing is, just out of curiosity though, that's 30. Oh, you know what I can kill? Well, they're idle, but even though you're idle, all right, so you're feeding everything. All right, we're gonna try to do something carefully here. Let's see, this will look weird, but because I don't want to clip through the, if I clip it, right, so yeah, because I don't want to clip it. Come on. Come on, let me tap into this. Thank you. Alright, so that will kill all those. When we do that, we're gonna fall like a rock. No, we shouldn't. Because... But go ahead and kill that. Alright, so that should have saved us some more power. A little bit. So we got 1,000 back roughly. Alright, so we're good on, I think we're good on that. Now I know I can save a little bit of extra. I don't know, can you turn a train station on to standby? I don't know. So like the water station here, not being used. No. The only thing you can do is kill its connection. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and we're gonna as we're connecting power up, as we're expanding the power down this way, we'll actually get the water extractors plugged in. As we're doing this. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to put out our base power poles. And we're going to use, what do you call it? Nope, going down. We're just going to use the Mark II or Mark 1s on this. All right, so just trying to think here. So right in front of the pipe. So, and then every other one. Well, you know, here's the problem with this is, not a problem with that per se, but alright, so we're running center line on that. Alright, so that pair there is going to feed those two. So then we're gonna drop like a rock. I'm almost tempted to do one each just so I can float. Because of that shit. Because, you know, I'm gonna get frustrated on that shit. So yeah, we're gonna run one every we're running midline. We're gonna run one every you know, it'd be nice if you would go where I want you to go. Well, I appreciate the hover. Come on, god damn it. You know, seriously, stop. You know, can you hover in place? Don't fucking move. 'Cause it's messing up my mouse aim. Come on. Fucking A. Yeah, fuck it. We're just gonna do this. I like the hover aspect, but I don't like it just, you know, I prefer to hover in place and not drift. It totally jacks up my aim. Of course, if I had a true crosshair too, that would be nice. The hammer thing, not a fan. And also, it's telling you what you're currently building. I know what I'm currently building because I chose what I wanted to build. So, you know, if I want to have that information on the screen, you know, it could be in a different location, I think. And then we're putting that, I think, right there. Yeah. And then this one here is on this grade again. And then this one here is on that line. Well, if it wasn't on that line, it is now. And then this one here is on the grate. Okay, so this is grate. And then this line, and then grate. That grate? No, this grate. And then this line. So, third in, then 2. Is that right? No. Then that one, right? Yep. No. First one's great. Then that one. Then this grate. Then this one. Actually, you know what? Hindsight being what it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I have to come. I'm coming back this way anyhow to fill in to the junctions. So I'll tie the wire, the actual interconnecting wires in at that time. Only half dozen more to go. Do I need this type of power setup? No. But, I'm not having anything else run across this, so this is just a walkway for me, really. Alright, so this one here is done. So I'm just gonna run down and make sure these are all in the spots I've been putting them down in. So this way everything is, like that one there is off. Because I would see that and that would bug the shit out of me. Plus, I don't need these. Or I don't need this foundation here. See, that one's wrong. And that one's wrong. And this is the oddball one. No, it's not the oddball one. It's this one here is I've already laid out the I've already done the junction, so that's why it's nope, off. All right. So instead of doing what we did there, so we're gonna run power down like that. However, I've changed my mind about this here. We will be running power from, because this is going to be the prime join. I can't run it all the way down there, so I'm going to go halfway on the seam, pretty much in line with that guy there. And then, too long? Okay. So we'll, actually no, we can do that. Actually, so we'll do middle point right there, and then middle point here, and then where did we do it? We basically corner, so No, just tie it in all the way down there. That's fine. All right, so now how this is gonna work is these are all gonna go down like so. We're not gonna have this. Just because. Okay. Couple more rows to go. Now, technically, I could use one power pole in the middle to feed all 5 of those. But yeah. All right, last row. And no, you jackass. All right, now back to this thing here. All right, so now for the fun part, and here's hoping this shit is gonna work. So we're gonna do all the junctions first. Because then what we're gonna do is we're gonna run another power feed down this row just to tie everything in together. just because. Yeah, I haven't been 100% paying attention, but hopefully all these are actually updating the pipes as I'm dropping this. So basically the flow indicators are moving. Because did have a problem with some junctions not doing that earlier and not properly setting. But it looks like everything's snapping to the proper place. Two more rows. See, this is why I wanted to get the power down, because hovering with this is so much easier. Now just praying to God that these pipe connections actually work. All right, but we're not gonna do that just yet. I'm gonna keep myself in suspense. We got some concrete up top, so I'm gonna go upstairs and get some concrete. Come on, climb, 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 goddamn, climb. There's power over here. Because I'm gonna put out another foundation behind the plants just so I could, run some power more easily. Yeah. Shouldn't need that much foundation, but we'll grab a couple more stacks of this just to clean it up. I don't remember where I got that from. And you know what we're gonna do here? Nah. I was thinking about putting a catwalk up here, set of stairs, but no, the ramp's fine. And we're leaving this area here alone because we may, or may not, we may throw some more drone bays up there. I don't think we'll need to. Alright, so now we're gonna do foundation run, and then we're gonna do power in between each power pole in between each power plant. So we'll go ahead and get this ran first. And I think the way I was doing this is because the power connection is on the, yeah, so we're gonna have a power pole right here, and we're gonna do the Mark 1 pole. Yeah, Mark 1 pole there. And then we come up to the in-between mark, tie into that. Then I'm gonna do the same process on the other side. And then before we make this thing go live, because I'm gonna be running around watching a whole bunch of different stuff here, we're gonna go and make a crap ton of filters for our hazmat. Or for our, yeah, hazmat suit. Alright, so that takes care of that side. So now we'll go down the other side and pretty much run it. Because the unfortunate thing is, without float, which I got float now. Oh, actually, I got float. I can float down this way. Without float, you can't hop through this. Hop through the gaps there. All right, so now this guy here, we're gonna bring out to over here. And we were on what, midline? Yeah, midline. We're gonna bring it out to here. Nope. God, come on. I know you're floating, but can you just stay still for 2 damn seconds? And then this guy is gonna tie into that. That basically gives us the closes the circle on the other side. Then actually what we're going to do is we're going to take a pole. I did on this side. I did on the seam. I suppose we could do on the same seam and run up that way. So on the seam center line, then tie it into that. Just you know, because I mean, stuff doesn't break in this game. And if it did, this would actually probably be a bad thing having all these power poles. Because going around having to repair shit, well, that would be a fun little fiasco. Nope. All right, couple more. And actually what we'll do, alright, so, okay, we can get rid of these floating poles here. Because these floating poles are just getting in my way now. That's the primary pole, which is connected to that, so I can go ahead and get rid of that guy there. Go ahead and get rid of that guy there. Okay. And what we're actually going to do here, we're going to backtrack, sort of. Get rid of those. And actually, I'm close enough to those, I can get rid of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So this guy here is. Let's go ahead and actually get. Oh, he isn't. No, he is not on the proper spot. He needs. No, he's in the proper spot. It just. All right. So we're gonna put a line center on this, like I originally planned. So that's roughly on this. Then we're gonna go do another line here on this grate, like so. That one is going to tie into this. Now that guy will tie into that one down there. Okay. Now let's go ahead and I can go ahead and get rid of that foundation for now. Go ahead and get rid of that foundation for now. And let's go ahead and continue running this foundation. Oh, excuse me. And if all goes as planned, I said the only 2 things got left to do, well, actually 3 things left to do, 4 things left to do. Turn on water, or connect water to the pipes, connect water to the power, so that's 2 things. Connect drones, actually there's 5 things now. Connect drone ports to power, build drones, and then get more filters. That's 5, and then 6 is send the drones to get uranium and send the battery drones over. And then once these plants start coming online, I can turn on some other resources. All right, so this guy here, there's no connection of, not that guy. this guy here, we're just gonna do a quick little run over here to tie into that. And so we did it center line on the grate like that, and then there we go. So now walk it back to center line, and then so center line and back. You're not center line. Why were you not center line? There's no excuse for that. Alright, so then center line here. And go back one, pick up again. Now I figure it's gonna probably take, I don't know, not sure how long it's gonna take to get enough control rods built up to actually start turning these all on. But from a manufacturing standpoint, other than the control or fuel rods, I should say, not control rods. From a manufacturing standpoint, up here, we've got the capability of bringing 30 online at once. The one thing I'm going to do, I think, just to help. Help in the short term is I'm going to take some control rods from the storage. All right, good to go. I'm going to take control rods from storage that I have in main base, send them over so they're sitting over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do our pipes now. So we'll do the pipes, and then actually let me make sure, yeah. So start on this side here, and then once all the pipes are done, we'll hook up power on the way back. So just a quick check here. So we're at 8,600. This here, once we activate these, it'll spike to 10,000. And then it should, I'm curious to see it idle out. Once these things get filled. Because I'm under the impression that, I don't know. I don't know if they're idle, if they consume any. I don't remember if a machine is idle. I don't know if it consumes any power at all, or if it just consumes less power. Because the most it will pull in these cases is 20 each, but if it's idle, I don't know if it's like 1 megawatt or 5 megawatts. Oh yeah, so actually there's quite a few, couple more things I actually still got to do. I gotta still run the belts for the fuel rods and for the nuclear waste. The nuclear waste, that'll be easy. I'm gonna run it at a high level just so I can have room for the splitters. I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna do this. I got an idea. I got 15 on each side. So I'm going to treat it as if I have 18 on each side. Similar to how I did the manufacturers upstairs. So that on the final split, it'll loop back on itself. And those rods will go somewhere else. And if it wasn't for the radiation that's going to be slammed in here, I would actually get the uranium coming over now. All right. And the other thing I'm crossing my fingers on this. I had a problem with the drone bay today, so I'm hoping that, because it ate up a whole bunch of material, but it didn't show up in the oh damn it, unless maybe it was going directly into the drone. You know what, that could have been. I don't know. All right, so now for power. So yeah, sea level drops by 20 feet. This area must be deafening right now. Because what I'm expecting to see here, oh, I don't know, in a few minutes, is the ones on the back line will turn yellow. Just because of the pipes will be filled at capacity. Now, this is really going to be the test. With respects to, is it gonna force me to put what do you call it on here, pumps. It shouldn't need pumps, not for that level. because according to the game, you know, that's less than 10 meters. Holy crap, so many of these damn things. I can't wait to see what the power grid looks like after this. Although what I'm expecting to see almost is a spike and then it actually going down if idle machines draw no power. All right, last set. All right. Ooh, all right, let's take a look at the power grid. God damn it. So it went up, and now I think we're going to see a decrease, maybe. Because we were at right around 85. Good flow on the pipes, sort of. I mean, these things are saturated, so so these things here should start to idle out. Here in a minute, I see a whole bunch of yellow over there now. So row by row, they're turning yellow. So it's just a matter of these things getting 100% full, and then the pipes getting fully saturated. So yeah, so row by row, they're turning yellow, and they'll stay yellow until the power plants turn on. So these here, yeah. So we should get back down to about 8,500-ish. As these all turn idle. So we'll just wait for the rest of these to turn green, or turn yellow, I should say. Alright, so that row's done, so this will be the next row to shut down. Oh, because actually what they'll do is these things here we've got to cap out. And then once it caps out, they'll go idle. And its efficiency will drop to 0? Really? Well, I guess if it's offline, yeah. Now these here will start to shut down. Alright, so all water extractors, they're all full of water. The pipes are full. And it's back down to, yeah, so it looks like there's a minimal amount of power being used on them. Maybe. Tough to say. Probably not. So looks like, so when they're idle, it looks like they're okay. All right, so now it's time for belts. All right, so the output of these are going to be nuclear waste. So this is going to be the easier of the two to do. Because this is going to basically be inline set of mergers. No, damn it, that just, that just dawned on me there, that won't work. Because guess what? That pipe is in the way. And I'm not gonna do that. That just looks a little too cheesy. Now I can move this out just a hair. So that may be what we do. So if I move this out, so move it out to there. Let me see what that. So then I can actually go above the pipe. All right. So I think that's what we'll do. So let's go ahead and get, put that out on midline. For now. Actually, damn it. Before I go and do this all the way down, I'm curious to see something here. So if I go ahead and pop you on there, and I take you to, okay, so that's 3, 4. I'm gonna take you to 5, let's say. Okay. If I take you to 5, can I hook a merger directly up to you? I don't think that's how it's supposed to fit. Yeah, I don't think that's how the merger is supposed to fit. Alright, so... And... I'm not worried about that, really. Okay, we're gonna do a test here. No, that test won't work. So the merger goes here. And make sure you're on the right line. And then get rid of that. Okay, that will work. All right, so that's how it's going. That's how the nuclear waste is going to leave. And then the nuclear waste from over there can then merge into this one here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and lay down a set of splitters or mergers first. So our merge line is on the grate. All right, so on the grate. Of course, we're trying to line up with that there. Come on. And blue faces us. And we'll come back and get rid of the other mergers here after we get this line done. Now, once this is done, then the challenging one comes in, and that is how exactly to put the belts out for the feed. And the reason we are now, there's another, no, see, here's the thing is, the output of that side is not in line with this. If it was, then I could just do a set of mergers here and bring that nuclear waste all the way across here. But all right, one more. All right, so now I'm gonna go back out and do this all the way down. So instead of changing build tools, I just keep the same build tool. This way I can kind of keep track of what I'm doing here. Alright, so you're built. Okay, now we'll go down all the way to the end of this and connect them up. Now, what we will do still on this one here is that the nuke waste will come over and tap into this one here, I think. Unless I decide to put a merge set here, I don't know. We'll figure that one out when the time comes. All right, so what we should see here is we should see silver facing us on this. As long as we do, then we're good. You know, okay, just checking something here. Want to make sure. Just double check and make sure that's connecting, because if this doesn't connect, then well. And it's not needed, but I'm going to do it just for the sake of it looking clean-ish. Or uniform-ish. Now there's also another option I could do if I wanted to, and that is have the nuclear waste on that side go down and come around this way. Alright, that one. I don't know what the hell that snapped to. But that was nowhere near where it needed to be. I'm hoping that was the only one that was like that. All right, a couple more in line to go. I'm just glad these things are close enough together that I don't have to do conveyor pulls between them. All right, and then this guy taps into that. All right, now let's go over here and get the splitters dropped down first, or murders dropped in first. So we're on this side now, and okay, so I need to do test here first. So that's going to come to center line. That's going to go. Oh, I'm out of material. Oh wait, no. I'm out of material because I clicked on the wrong thing. Alright, so just drop that. So that's just in place so I can line that up. Okay. Now, blue's going on that side, so. Alright. So this one here is going to just be a little bit more of a, yeah, I wouldn't say pain, but we gotta make sure blue is on the right side here when we do it. And it looks like it's alternating every time I place it, so that's cool. Except the line. See, I don't know what it was snapping to. No idea what the hell it was snapping to here. And same thing with that one. I'm just double checking the alignment of these. Okay. Because I don't know, there's just the snap lines are off. See, don't give me that line if it's not centered. That's what threw me off, is it shows me a line. Well, see, like on this connection here, unless it's centered, so I don't know why it was showing me. I don't know what line what it's tying to. That doesn't make any sense to me. Couple more to go. And last set up here. Alright, so now go ahead and do that to midline all the way down. And then we'll come back the other direction, put the what you call it, the lifts. And then come back one last time, tying them together and deleting the extras. Now, if we wanted to make things really painful, we could do this as a Mark 1 belt. You know, just have the nuclear waste slowly creep to the station. I mean, it's going to be sitting in the station for at least 10 minutes or 15. All right, now this part here, let's fly backwards. I don't know how many more there is behind me. I don't wanna go flying over the water and then fall into it. None more. Okay, cool. All right, so now go ahead and get rid of those four. Connect you to you. Actually, let's do this. Let's get rid of the 4 first on where we're going, then tie the belt in so we don't accidentally flip the belt. Alright, so as far as the whole recycling system with the fuel rod is concerned, I'm going to have that recycled split be all the way down there, so that it doesn't have to travel all the way down here just to turn around and go back to get recycled. I think that would be the most efficient way of doing that. All right, almost to the end here. Now, as far as tying it into the actual nuke waste receptacle, as it were, we will do that later. Or I'm just going to get this tied to this one here. Then we're going to figure out the split set for the thing. Alright, so we've got 15 in a row here. But I've got to treat this like it's got 18. And what I mean by that is 15 isn't, it's an even split of sorts, but if I had a 5-way splitter, you know, that'd be great, but don't. So how it's gonna work, excuse me, taking into consideration, I've got so center line is going to be where our first splitter is going to be. Okay. Then what's going to happen is this guy here is going to feed to that. This guy here is going to do a nice clean bend, and then he'll go into set there, and then this guy here will come out of here, turn nicely, go that way, and go into that. All right, then we're gonna have a splitter here. On center line. Waiting for the autosave to do its thing. Okay, so split on center line. And damn it, these things better be center lined. Okay. This guy here. Go to that one. This one here. Go to that one. Okay. And then another splitter here. I believe you're on center line. Okay. All right. So now this splitter here is going to tie into another splitter down here. But first, we got to get these last guys here set up. All right, and one more set of splitters. All right, so now that splitter there and this splitter here are going to tie together over here, and this is where it may get a little interesting on the belt run, just because, you know, if I would have moved this pipe out a little bit more. But you know what? I'm not gonna do that. All right. So split number 2. Okay. So right here, Unfortunately, I do have just enough breathing room to do this. We'll see. All right, so this will be going up. Oops. So this guy here is going to come all the way down here after I go back to main base and get more material, because that splitter there is going to tie into this guy here, and then this splitter and that splitter are going to tie in together into a three-way, and then the third part of the split is actually going to go out and get recycled. Let's see if I can sneak it over around this way. Come on, come on, come on. Give me some power. Give me some power. Give me some power. Let's catch a train. Okay, there's a train going to the lower level, so I think that may be the train we have to catch. Which is fine with me. No, we can catch this train right here. Alright, so now this guy here is he's only got 2 cars now, because I turned off the what you call it, refinement, the aluminum ingot refinement for time being. Because I need I want to make sure I have enough power for once all the extractors kick online and the blenders and the assemblers and anything else that's idle up there. And then once nuclear power is up and stable, then we'll turn on the ingot refinement again. Is that a spaceship over there? I think there's a ship over there. I just noticed. I think I saw a yellow one. I saw a blue one over there. I thought I saw a yellow slug. All right, let's bail out here. Grab these real quick. Grab a whole shit ton of them. Alright, that should be plenty of sheets for what we gotta finish up. Yeah, but that's clearly looks like a ship over there. And like I said, thought I saw a yellow. Yeah, I think a yellow one over there. There's a blue one down there. I see. There's a yellow one. You might be able to see it from the beach there. There's a, oh no, that's right. I left all the pillars up there. Oh, you know what I should do? Billboards. That could work. Yeah. That'll be something we do later on though. But I got pillars up the tube there. Every 10 floors saying, hey, you know, just so I could keep track of how many stories there was. There's 71 stories that is comprised of. All right, so, oh god, oh. All right, so now, so let me see here. 1, 2. So splitter there. Yeah, so we're gonna have another splitter here, I said. All right, so this guy here is going to get recycled back into the splits. This guy here is going to run, what are we running? We're running center line. Long ass run. Oh, just shy. All right, so then this guy here is gonna run all the way down here. To that. And then this guy here run all the way down here. All right. Now, this is gonna be the interesting part here. So, this guy here needs to merge down here somewhere. I think what we're gonna end up doing, actually, once I gotta find it first. All right, so I'm gonna come over. Yeah, come on. Come there. Now we're gonna hook into a belt that goes the same level as the nuke waste. This is also going to be an interesting little thing here, and it has got to tie in. Got to tie into this one here. Actually, could I just do that? I mean, other than the fact that there's a power pole there. Nah, yeah, nah. I don't want to go underneath that because there's a support pole there. We can do that. And then have you face that way. And then now we're going to need to get a foundation set up. Yeah, because we're going to... because in order to keep this as even as possible for distribution, right here in the middle is where we're going to have a splitter. But the conveyor poles will not go that high. So I'm gonna have to build at least a series of, I believe 4 meters should do it. Let me see here. Because we're gonna run at the same level as this. So actually I can do a 2 meter. So if we do a 2 meter, then I max the pole out. So do a 2 meter, and then when you running down the thing, you can max the pole out, and that'll be at the proper height. Is that there? Well, it's off center, but still, it's at the proper height. So now what we'll do is, one, get ourselves we need our splitter here. But this is gonna be weird. But what else is new in this? All right, so we're gonna zoop down this way. It's gonna overlap for a little bit, but we'll clean it up afterwards. Or we could just encase it in foundation. You know, that'll keep the radiation out, right? All right. So this is the feed from there to here. So actually no, the merge, this guy here, because we also got to take into consideration the primary feed line. So I'm thinking the feed lines actually go down the center-ish. But this guy here, that split portion is going to have to feed back into it. But let's get this belt here ran. Max height. And actually, where are we going? Right here. So let me get a splitter center line. Actually, give me another foundation here real quick. Alright, so give me a splitter here with the feed on the inside. Like such. I think that's the right level. Find out here in a second. This might be long enough. Oh, just shy. All right, so that's that side. All right, so now let's run down this way. All right, so that's the feeds. All right, now we need the primary feed. So for that, we're going to need to do a conveyor pole here, 1, 2. All right, now run this back this way. All right, so now this guy here. All right, so we're gonna do our split because in order to keep things even with the belts, as it were, we're gonna do our split on the middle of this. So it's 2 there. And it should have the same rough 2 over here. I hope to hell. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So go over 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so this is where our first split's going to happen. So first split was going to happen center line here. And in front of the split, we're gonna have a merge. That pole's gonna move because that pole's I'm gonna have a merge right there. This pole is gonna have to, actually all these poles are gonna have to move, I think. So let's go ahead and put the poles put the poles on the edge there. Damn it. Actually, you know what? I don't need that pole. I mean, these poles are still gonna have to move though. Because the merge from these is gonna come up that line there. So they're gonna have to move in or out. Or over. All right, give me another line. Give me another line there. And how's that look, Oops. That'll work. And then we'll do the same thing here. So put it by the leg. So I think right there. Or no, I put it right, no, I said by the leg. Okay. Because technically I don't need any power poles down this road here. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll continue on building our conveyor system for that. So be right back. All right, so what's going to happen here is this guy here is going to come out here to center line. Make sure he's on his proper center line, and he's going to come up to here. That's going to be for recycling. Then the split is going to come this way, and it's going to go to roughly, let me see how I want to do this. Go ahead and get another food. Let's continue building my foundation down this way. Alright, so this is the main feed. He is going to be on center line here. Okay. And fine, if you want to do that, go up to that level there and then make your turn. Alright. Now what I'm hoping here is I can connect to it. Like so. And that guy there. So that is one side done. All right, now let's go ahead and just clean up these foundations real quick. I'll leave the foundation poles on the lower ones if there are any, but these upper ones, they're going bye-bye. This is a funny system too. Alright, and wait for the autosave. Just trying to be careful here. Don't want to accidentally tag anything that shouldn't be left alone. Alright, so alright, so I think that's it. Now let's just go get rid of a couple more of these poles, and then we can repeat the same process on the other side. Oh, I can get rid of all these, get rid of this stuff here too. All right, I think, yeah, okay, now let me just double check a couple things here. Specifically, I'm gonna just double check these belts here. Make sure any place where two splitters or mergers meet, that there is a belt in between. Because that would really suck if I forgot that, which I've done in the past. All right, looks good. All right, so now let's go over here. All right, so I'm just hoping that we have the same amount of room that we had on the other side. So we were running center line. All right. And I'm hoping I actually have enough sheets to do this entire run. Because I'd hate to go back just for a handful of, whatchamacallits. Alright, so that's one set. So then splitter number 2 goes here. Alright, splitter number 3 goes here. Not there. Right there. Alright, now I'm going to backtrack to this splitter here and put the second splitter on it. run this guy center line all the way down here. No, on ground level, because this can stay on ground level. And then it's going to come out and over one, turn two. And then that one's going to go up to that level, facing inside, like so. Let me just make sure that looks level. All right, good. And then here, down this way. That's going to feed into that. Okay. So now that we have the initial layout done, this will actually be a lot easier to figure out and get our placements right. All right. I did get the center on that, right? Yep. All right, so now this one here is actually going to be a dual splitter. So splitter there and splitter there. Belts in there. No, this ain't a dual splitter. What am I thinking? Dual splitter's next one over. My bad. No, hold on. No. Dual splitter here, yeah. No. Dual splitter down there. No, damn it. We'll figure it out here in a second. I know there's one splitter going here. Yeah, dual splitter here. This is the recycle. So that one goes there. This one goes way down here. This one here. And then this guy comes out, turns right there, and this guy comes up to this level facing that direction. This guy here can come out and run center line on this here. All right. And then now we need to get our 2-meter foundation placed. So go ahead and give me 2-meter foundation on top of that and zoop it on down. Alright, then we gotta find our center point, which should be in this general area. the whole true should be right here as well. Yeah, because that's going that way. That's going that way. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a splitter. You just validate here. I believe it's on the actual true seam. Yeah, on the seam. So we go 4 up, I believe. And orange goes to the center. And that moved on me just as I was hitting the button. And then orange goes there. All right. So now I'm gonna run from here along the seam, highest level. Really? All right, so that takes care of the splits. We took care of the recycle. Now we just got to take care of the feed. So run this way. Top level. Okay, now I need to extend my formation foundation out that way. Alright, then I'm going to turn center line on that. Gotta back this up because it's too... Actually, no, you don't. Just put a conveyor pole there. Alright, so now should be able to drop you down, and then you go into this, and voila. Now we just go ahead and get rid of foundations and poles and other things like that. So I'll get rid of the foundations first, and then fly back and get the poles. Alright, I think that's it, right? Right, okay. Now let's come down and pick up the poles. Yeah, and I'm not even going to be concerned about that. That little... All I gotta say is if they change something where I'm, you know, they add mountains or some shit here, I'm quitting the game. There's no poles there. Alright, so I think that's it. Alright, so let's just validate this run here. Alright, so the main feed from over there, which we haven't run yet, we come in here, go through this merger, and it's going to split left then right. On the left side, it's going to go over here, go up, go down this long ass conveyor system, where it's going to hit a splitter here. This splitter here is going to send it down that way, down another long ass conveyor system. And then it's going to drop down, hit that, and its first go is going to go this way. Then it's going to go and hit that and go down this way, go to that. And then it's going to repeat on the other side. Second pass, it's going to come down this way, go down this way. And then when it gets down here, it's going to go down to this thing here, and it's going to get recycled. And then same thing on that one, it'll get recycled, then alternating, boom, 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 boom. All right. Then the waste is going to basically inline merge all the way down here. Oh yeah, so we haven't finished that yet. All right. So now let's go ahead and get our fuel rod feed going. All right, so our fuel rod. All right, so all right, I was thinking about having that come across here, but because of how I had to do the recycling, trash, the nuclear waste is going to go differently. So nuclear waste is actually going to go back behind this. Oops. Back behind this. At least for now. Actually, I can have nuclear waste go over this, I suppose. Or I could have nuclear waste stay at this level and then drop down over there. I haven't decided on that yet, because of the fuel rods. The fuel rods are coming from over here. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to have this angle out like it did here. Almost. Maybe we will. I guess we could get rid of you since you're... So the fuel rod feed is going to come from this. So all of this is going to be uranium ore. So top two are uranium, or top two. Here, let's do this. Just so I can... No, didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Just so I can kind of not get them confused. have the feeds, have the cascades on the top. Just so when I'm looking at it, at a glance, I'll know. God damn it. But now I gotta redo that entire thing there, and oh, it's not like it's that much, but still. That one there I'm fine with. Alright, now I'm going to get the cascades though. It's alright. So now coming out of you, this is gonna be interesting because well actually, so this is what we do. Do a conveyor pole roughly, let's say, to there. Now, yeah, and then give me another conveyor pole in line with that, right there, just because. Give me a conveyor belt going in that direction, so that when I connect this, it'll be on the right level. Now this is gonna be the fun part. So are you telling me that you're in line with that? Yeah. Are you level with that? Yeah, that looks level. Alright, so that's my fuel rod feed. And then this is our nuclear waste feed. And actually, you know what? Yeah, screw it. We'll have, I've already said, God, give me some fucking power. There's a damn track right there, for God's sake. I'm setting up a damn minefield of power just so I could float. Alright, sorry. This will come out on center line. And then he's gonna follow. Do one shy. Close. Try that again. But the really foundation, really. Alright, so this is going to be the nuclear waste. Right, I'll just put out a couple more foundations because I haven't figured out this run yet. I need these two to overlap. Alright, so let me see here. Let me do this. Alright, so we'll do this for and we follow the same curve. Damn it, I don't want to hook up to this just yet. All right. There. So now that they're crossed, what the hell are you hooking up to? I'm not sure. Ugh. All right, we're gonna run center line on this guy here, and all right, then we're gonna have a merger. We'll do an air merger. So we are just off the seam. Oops. So just off the seam like that. But right like that, yeah. So we were 5, I believe. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to run another 2-meter foundation. That might be able to take it all the way in. I don't know. Alright. So, this guy here. And what are we running? We are running... Okay, I see it. I can see this, so I could line it up. Run parallel to that now. And I was hoping, well, here. How about from here? Cool. Then this guy here is going to do down like so. And then this guy here is going to come over here, make his turn. There we go. Let the autosave save. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of poles. I didn't have a pole there, right? No. But get rid of this foundation here. All right, so that's our trash. That's our feed. One of the more complicated belt systems I think I've ever put together, but you know, hey, if it works. All right, so then we got our crossover here. Now, what I could have done, we'd still need a crossover, but I could have had the waste going right there. I think what I will do, I don't know. On one hand, I want to. On the other hand, I don't. But I kind of want to, you know, do something like this on the other side. But like I said, on one hand, yeah. All right, so the next step, which actually our next step is we're gonna go back to base camp and come on, get up, go back to base camp, and we're gonna build some filters. Well, we won't build them tonight, but we will. No, that'll be something we do tomorrow. Is we'll build the filters. Because we are almost ready. Last thing to do now is so actually here, let me do this for our to-do list. So I can go ahead and take those off. Conveyor belts should not need any more of those. Actually, don't need any more foundations. Shouldn't need any more conveyor belts or poles or pipes or splitters or mergers. Because we're not going to put anything to the sink, or no fuel rods will go to the sink. Power poles, we'll hold on to that on the to-do list. All right, so we're gonna need 10 drones. I got 12 drone bays there, 10 of which are uranium receivers, 2 of which are battery receivers. Oh, speaking of drones, is this guy sitting on the pad just waiting? Yeah, he is. So I don't know if he actually unloaded or what. I don't think he did anything because there's no power. I'm gonna give you power real quick. Okay, that drone should go home now. So that's what you'll see once the drones start going. The 2 drones are going to be constantly feeding this thing with batteries. Just because, why not? I mean, that's gonna be more than enough batteries, but you know, I've got all these damn drones, damn it, I might as well use them. And I'm quite happy with the little set I have over here. Yeah, it's kind of a interesting little setup. Not necessarily the prettiest thing, but it works for me. Alright, once I'm just waiting for this thing to finish emptying out, then I'm going to kill its power. Yeah, so those 10 drones down there, bringing uranium from the uranium place, it's going to get belted down into the mass storage there. And then there's going to be another feed coming from the bottom there. It's going to come all the way back on the lower side, because there's on the lower belt there. That's going to go feed the uranium to the blenders. Then from the blenders goes to manufacturers. Then the fuel rods will come from the manufacturers, go in that underneath this again, and then back over to the top feed, to the top set of storage, which will then get fed to the splitter there and do its magic. Alright, so this is empty now. Let me go ahead and kill this power connection. Just because that drone is not supposed to be coming back. Alright, we're gonna go catch a train back to main base. So everything, actually I want to take a look at something. Let's see how backed up the rods are. Because the rods are coming into here. So we're almost 100% backed up on those, which is actually good. I'm okay with that. Because what that really means for us is it's going to give us more time for the you know, more that we can build. Because oh, there's a train. I was gonna look at the power plant, but I'll get to look at my cheat sheet. But it's 5. So the output for the fuel rod is it's just like, I don't know, it's 0.4. No, it's not 0.4 a minute, or maybe it is 0.4 a minute. But basically, yeah. Needless to say, I've got plenty of fuel rods. Alright, so let's go ahead and bail. And just out of curiosity, since we've stopped feeding ingots, right? Let's see how many ingots we've actually used so far. Because this thing was 100% full. So we've used 1 stack and change, almost 2 full containers plus 1 out of all of this, and those are only they would have been used when I was restocking my things over there, and it's also being used sparingly for this over here. So why is that? Oh no, that's going. That's right. No, that's okay. So let me see here for hazmat filters. Not hazmat suit. I think it's this one here. That's for the radiation. So I need to make a gas filter plus. Well, they changed that recipe, huh? So we're gonna add this to the to-do list. And then obviously, if I'm going to do 200, then I need 200 of these. And then that means I need fabric. That's not a problem. So I need 400 fabric. And fabric comes from biomass, which, and that, or I have an alternate recipe that's available. Water and that, but that I can't make myself. I can make that myself, provided I have a lot of biomass. Or let me see here. So we have on this right now 46. Okay, so maybe I don't need 200. Let me see what's in the let me see what's in our warehouse. Hey doggos! Hey doggos! Suppose we can go say hi to doggos real quick as well. Alright, what do we got in here? So we got 12 biomass. I actually have, because I haven't turned it into fuel yet. This here is full of biomass. Because this is taking the biomass and turning it into what do you call it? The storage or solid fuel. But I can go ahead and take this biomass here. And coal, I think I can acquire some coal from a couple places. In fact, I may even have some coal. 1,000 coal though. What I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'll probably set up an assembler for that, so we'll do that on the next stream. Let's go to a quick visit with the doggos, see what they got for us. Let me go ahead and hopefully none of them have any radiation. All right, doggos, come on up. I like this, the noise the glass makes when you bump into it. There's Doggo. Hey, Doggo. There you guys are. Bacon. Good. Bacon's good. And that stuff. And that stuff. Hey, give me my scanner. Because I don't want to accidentally use my whatchamacallit. Where's the rest of your brothers and sisters at? Are y'all gonna make me come down there? There they are, right there. Hey guys! They're gonna make me come downstairs to them. Well, see, that's what I was talking about. Them getting stuck on the edge there. I gotta figure out a better way for them in these corners. Alright, I think that's all of you guys, right? Nope. Alright, that's all you guys. Alright, cool deal. Yeah, I gotta figure something else out for those corners, because they just, like I said, they keep on getting stuck. Alright, so that's where we're gonna call for now, and we will pick this up tomorrow, and we'll be getting our nuclear power turned online. So till next time.